Alright, here it is. The answer of what have I been playing for the past 6 weeks or so. Apart from those brief couple days of playing Against the Storm. Which is, yeah. So I've been playing World of Warcraft Retail again. Just kind of getting a bit of gear on all the classes. Very little gear. What my interest is the current balance of the classes primarily. But also in the next expansion, they're putting in a bunch of different systems, like a warband feature stuff, so that like playing multiple characters is less of a waste of time. So hopefully it'll really be worth playing at that point. I would say currently the main problem though, like class balance is always a problem, and but if I can at least provide data about classes being imbalanced, then maybe they can actually freaking fix it better, even if it is going to get screwed up in the next expansion when they add the new what do they call them, like hero talents or something. So they're not adding more talent points to here. They're putting like a separate little mini talent tree for the next expansion. So but yeah, that's probably gonna screw up balance all over again. But I mean, it would be really great if they could balance classes better before that they add in new stuff that's gonna fuck everything up again. But yeah, so what I've been doing is it's very easy to get 415 gear on all the characters for every slot except for trinkets. There's a few 415 trinkets that you can get from world quests. And then there's a few, there's like the PvP ones, but PvPing without PvP gear is a huge waste of time. Just complete anti-fun. So I'm not doing that. There's also let's just fly over there right now. There's also a way over here. There's some kind of time travel related event stuff over here. Time rifts. Where like you can get some currency and you can get some 415 eye level trinkets over here.
There's work.
So there are ways to get 415 trinkets, but I found it generally just get them from dungeons. That's how I like to do them, because I mean, at the end of the day, I'm in World of Warcraft primarily for the dungeon gameplay. So that's my biggest interest, especially when it comes to class balance. So there's a few specs in particular which are absolute dog shit when it comes to dungeons. Especially especially kind of at the low end and at the high end. So what do I mean by that? Well, I mean high end at top level keys. There's a few specs that the highest key they've ever done is like 3 levels lower than the other classes. So that's obviously a balance problem. But then also at the low end, like if you just run specifically if you're just queuing for like heroic dungeons, certain specs are extra garbage in those scenarios, which is a little bit different because the monsters die a lot faster. So the
Maratos made contact with the holdout Drakthir settlements? Any news of Desmond?
Yikes. Flew too close to some NPC that wants to send me on a quest. Lost my train of thought. Alright, so yeah, some specs are just really bad in situations where the monsters die really fast. Either they're really bad because they kind of need to ramp up to kill the monsters, or they're really bad because they don't have the movement capability to keep doing damage while moving. So warlocks are one of the ones that are generally really bad because they have literally no cast while moving capabilities. They might occasionally have like an instant cast proc thing they can do, but for the most part they have to stand still and cast. So warlocks tend to be really bad in those situations. And then if you look at how the assassination rogue used to play, just the damage over time play style. This is
may look deadly
the monsters just die
critters will smooth the rough edges
too fast. But so the thing with the assassination rogue though is they have a fairly cool new talent where if the monster like gets on low health, I need to stop flying around where these people are gonna talk. So the assassination rogues now have a thing where like when the monster gets on low health, they'll take a big hit of damage based on the amount of bleed damage you have on them, basically. So when you put on a long duration bleeds, specifically Garrote and Rupture, then once those monsters get low health, they take basically like 2/3 of the remaining bleed damage. So that can that's a new thing where the assassination rogue is actually a lot more decent in like LFG dungeons than it used to be. So but then there's still damage over time specs that do still struggle a bit when the enemies die too quickly. So the Moonkin or Balanced Druid is one of them. uh whatchamacallem, the Shadow Priest can have problems if they're dying like really quick.
What can I do for you?
And then the what's that called? Affliction Warlock. Although the thing with the Affliction Warlock is in AoE situations, they actually get most of their damage out of just spamming Seed of Corruption. And it throws out these seeds that explode. So the Affliction Warlock is actually not that bad. It's mostly just the movement issue with the Affliction Warlock, which of course is they have the Burning Rush thing, so they can run around like decently fast. Yeah, of course, depending on the dungeon, you might mount up between monster packs. It definitely depends on the dungeon, but if it's like outdoor or indoor. But yeah, so there's definitely a lot of changes
Paths begin in the dream. Take care.
have come by in the past year or two to change some of those situations a little bit. So I'm gonna be looking at all of those, but for right now, we're just gonna do a little bit of looking at the Retribution Paladin. So the Ret Paladin is they got a rework a little ways back, and so yeah, it's way better than it used to be. I mean, I never really thought it was that bad, but it definitely wasn't considered that good either. So yeah, I remember playing it in like BFA, and I had plenty of fun on the Ret Paladin during that. So yeah, but yeah, they've changed some things. The Ret Paladin is currently there's a lot of talents for giving you AoE damage. It's a little bit harder, I would say, on the Ret Paladin currently to do single target damage. But yeah, ultimately I want to kind of have objective metrics in order to really like decide how good each spec in the game is, which is why I was trying to get them all the exact same gear level. So we're gonna look just for the moment at single target damage, and this is the sort of thing that I've been doing on all the specs, of course. I haven't finished really going through some of the specs, but I've gotten through most of them. I've played a bunch of dungeons on almost all the specs. Heroic dungeons. Unfortunately, a major problem with the game currently is if you want to get in a group for mythic dungeons, You see, like, everybody's doing, like, plus 20 keys. There's very few people doing mythic zeros or low-level keys. So especially as a DPS, it is very, very difficult to get groups. And even then, if I'm trying to compare all of these in a fair way, I need to also, in addition, get groups where the other people in my group aren't super overgeared, which that happens like 90% of the time if you queue up for a heroic dungeon. I'd say like 90% of the time people are massively overgeared. So a heroic dungeon gives you 428 eye level gear. So like I have a bunch of that gear in my bag, obviously. All this is 428 gear. But you only have to be like 402 eye level or something like that. I think it's 402 to queue for a heroic dungeon. So you could even say that my current level of gear is overgeared for a heroic dungeon. But yeah, you've got people especially tanks and healers who will queue for the extra reward, which is worth roughly like a couple thousand gold. It's like a combination of money and augment runes, which you sell in the auction house, and the amount of augment runes, from what I understand, is random. So I've gotten 4 augment runes before. I've definitely gotten 2. I'm not sure if I've gotten only 1 augment rune. But yeah, that value changes a little bit. But it's worth at least a couple thousand gold for the total reward from that. But no, what that means is you get for tanks and healers quite frequently, you get super overgeared people. Like sometimes even like 480 eye level, which is like mythic raid level. So but even like 430 gear is overgeared for heroic LFG dungeons. So yeah, monsters tend to die really fast. Bosses tend to die in 30 seconds or less. I mean, it can be like 15 seconds for a boss to die, depending on exactly how overgeared the people in your party are. So it's not a reliable way to look at balance. So we're gonna start off looking at balance, just hitting the daggone training dummy here. So we're gonna look at just kind of the general rotation type of stuff. Not gonna fully go into this for this video. We're gonna go pretty far, I guess you could say. So as a Ret Paladin, you have a few main, well, we got lots of talents to consider as well, which are gonna change the dynamics of this. But you've got a few main combo point building abilities. You've got the Blade of Justice, you've got Judgment, and you've got Templar Strike. So Templar Strike is the it's like a upgrade for the old Crusader Strike. So it turns it into a two-part combo, where the second hit is a guaranteed crit. And you have a couple seconds to do that before it reverts to the first hit of the combat. So you can do the first hit and then use another ability in between and do the second hit. I haven't really tested if you can fit two abilities in between, so let's try that. Yeah, it looks like you can hit a couple of abilities in there, so that's good. So yeah, that's like your super basic melee one. The Blade of Justice has a little bit more range to it, brings a blade out of the ground, and then with talents, it does a damage over time to the enemy, but I'm also using a talent where it casts Consecration on the ground. Because I like that talent because you pressing Consecration manually it just feels really bad spending a global cooldown on that in normal the normal spell rotation or ability rotation of Ret Paladin. So that's why I'm using that talent. And then of course Judgment is the good old hammer throw ability for the Ret Paladin, and Judgment causes them to take more damage from your next Holy Power ability, which is great. And of course there's talents for basically that affect all of these. But in particular, I'm using there's one that makes Judgment generate 2 Holy Power. So that's very good for getting us enough Holy Power up to spend it. Templar's Verdict is basically no longer a thing. It gets replaced here with either Final Verdict or Justicar's Vengeance. I think you can probably make a build where you actually do still have Templar's Verdict. Yeah. So it's theoretically possible. To skip that. You won't be able to get this talent. But apart from that, it's actually skippable. But it does add some range to your single target Holy Power spender, so it's a pretty useful upgrade. That's requiring this talent here to really improve the range of it. But Retribution Paladin is notorious for having poor movement ability outside of Divine Steed, which you can attack while on your Divine Steed. So it's actually it's really great if that's all the movement you need. Damn. But as soon as you're out of Divine Steed charges, yeah, it really hurts if you don't have a little bit of range on your abilities. Especially if you're just fighting like a boss with an anti-melee mechanic, like where you need to like run out of melee range. Yes, you got Judgment, but you want to have a couple more abilities with a little bit of range to continuously do damage in those situations. So it's yeah. And then of course your AoE Holy Power Spender is Divine Storm. Great ability. It's I forgot. We've got this other talent. Yeah. So basically, if I recall correctly, Divine Storm is essentially worth using over Final Verdict in a 2-target situation. So it's very it's very good. A lot of AoE abilities in the game are not good in 2-target. But yeah, Divine Storm is pretty good. So it may be better to still do single target damage in such a situation, but like it may be more valuable. But as far as just pure damage goes, Divine Storm, pretty nice. And yeah, that's kind of the main bit of Retribution Paladin rotation. And then you've got a few cooldowns. And then you also have the Hammer of Wrath, which is kind of an execute thing. You can only use it on enemies below 20% health, which we can't really test on the target dummy. But you can use Hammer of Wrath freely during Avenging Wrath, which these days is I think this might be with a talent, but it's a 1-minute cooldown. It used to be a bit longer of a cooldown, and I think it might have lasted a little bit longer also. But Avenging Wrath, yeah, has a 1-minute cooldown. It has very high uptime because it lasts 20 seconds still. It might have been like 25 seconds or something before, but 20 seconds is plenty long to do a ton of damage to a monster pack. So yeah, you'll use that quite a lot during a dungeon. Because it's a damage increase and a crit chance increase, and like I said, lets you Hammer of Wrath as much as you want. So that's kind of the main damage cooldown. Wake of Ashes is way down here on the talent tree now. I would say currently this is a mandatory talent though. It is used to be 45-second cooldown, I'm pretty sure. And now it's a 30-second cooldown. And then yeah, it generates 3 holy power, and this talent here makes it even better in single target. And then this talent here just adds damage over time to it, which is good in both single target and multi-target, basically. So it's very, very strong. And then Final Reckoning existed before, but now it's a choice here between Final Reckoning and Execution Sentence. Final Reckoning is more AoE focused, and then Execution Sentence is purely single target. Just there is upfront damage from Final Reckoning, AoE damage. So in dungeons, I would say generally Final Reckoning is very superior. But execution sentence is an important change you would make if you really wanted to go single target on your Retribution Paladin. But yeah, lots of choices. Down here, this is kind of like single target buffs. Down here are AoE buffs. And yeah, there's a couple other situations where you have a little bit of choice between AoE and single target. So there's definitely some choice, but this is the talents I'm currently running. But yeah, as far as how much damage, how much DPS can we really do single target on this class? We're gonna try to find out here. So oh, I forgot about Divine Toll. Also, they made changes to of Dusk and Dawn with the rework. So this is much better than it used to be. But yeah, we're also running Divine Toll here, which is yeah. So yeah, this is just the talents that I'm choosing. I'm not choosing talents to optimize single target damage. I'm choosing talents that are going to be kind of like a all-around dungeon gameplay. So I'm gonna test this in single target, but then later I'm gonna also test it in AoE situations and try to figure out how good it is, how good Ret Paladin is kind of in all types of dungeon situations. So lots of stuff to do, but for now we're just working on single target damage. So to start things off with, we're gonna want a Avenging Wrath because big damage. We're gonna want to Final Reckoning, which will make them take more damage from holy power abilities. So really you want a Final Reckoning after you've stacked up a bunch of holy power. I believe would be the optimal situation here. So it's probably actually better to Avenging Wrath after we stacked up a bunch of holy power also. That's what I'm feeling like. I'm not sure if my Divine Toll is going to hit these other target dummies, so we'll have to take that into consideration when we get to that point. But yeah, we have Avenging Wrath's a 1 minute cooldown. Final Reckoning's a 1 minute cooldown. Divine Toll's a 1 minute cooldown. And Wake of Ashes is a 30-second cooldown. So the cooldowns of those will all line up very nicely. So yeah, let's just get to it. We're gonna probably not be super perfect, but we'll see what kind of damage we can do. And we'll do this for like 2 minutes probably. Somewhere around there. Okay, we did hit another target dummy with that Divine Toll. Right. We've got ourselves another thing. Cooldowns. Whoops. We had a free thing, so I did not get any of my Wake of Ashes. Holy power generation there. That was a mistake. And I'm sure I made a couple other little mistakes as well, but... Coming up on 2 minutes in a second here. Let's call it right there. So we had like 44k-ish DPS there, I believe. The combat doesn't end immediately, so the DPS goes down as the time keeps ticking up, so... I guess we could bring up the calculator real quick here. We could say 5.2 million, say 5.2 divided by 120 seconds. Okay, so maybe we did like 43k DPS. I don't have a particular strategy as far as how to prioritize Templar Strike, Blade of Justice, and Judgment. I think Blade of Justice does the most damage, but then Judgment generates an extra holy power. So I feel like those are both really good, and then the first hit of Templar Strike is not so great, but the second hit, I believe it does more damage in addition to being a guaranteed crit. So it does do significant damage. Here it is, Templar Slash. So yeah, we're hitting... it varies a bit when the buffs are up, so we're hitting usually like 26 or 27k. There's a little bit of variation in these things by default, but normally it's getting a crit for like 26 or 27k compared to if we look at Blade of Justice, is averaging about 27k, I guess. So I guess Blade of Justice is actually still better than that. Because that's not counting the damage over time of Blade of Justice. Not that it's a lot, but it does give it the edge in that direct comparison. It's like an extra 10k damage or something. It's gonna say a little bit less here, but that's not factoring in crit chance. But yeah, so Blade of Justice, good. Judgment is not as good as it shows here, because they're showing here they're showing here a combination of the regular judgments and the divine toll judgments, with the divine toll judgments do double damage. So I guess this first section is the regular judgments based on these numbers. Oh, I forgot we hit the other guy a couple times with those divine toll judgments. So it looks like we had about 70k extra damage hitting that other target dummy. So yeah. Yeah, that's kind of how things go. And then of course during Avenging Wrath, like I said, we have Hammer of Wrath. So we're using that a bunch. And this talent down here makes Hammer of Wrath always crit. So Hammer of Wrath is pretty decent as well. The damage per cast, you see here, it's hitting for well, it's critting for 40k, but we're only able to cast it here during Avenging Wrath. So it's getting the extra damage from that. So that's like 20% extra damage. So something to keep in mind there. But yeah, this whole situation of testing on a target dummy, though, because of abilities like Hammer of Wrath, or for Warriors Execute, or for Shadow Priest, what's that? Shadow Word Death, or for Hunters Kill Shot, all those sorts of things, which are either only usable or do extra damage when the enemy is at low or high health. Stuff like that is totally messed up when you're just running it at a target dummy. So for that reason, to actually give a proper comparison of all the different specs in the game, we're gonna sim the damage to actually properly compare between them. So I haven't decided. It's going to be kind of like multiple categories as far as I'm going to do like multiple different situations to sim. But let's bring that up. So if you go to, I think there's a website called raidbots.com or something. Might be like .net or something else, but you can simulate the DPS of your character. But that's using this program called Simulation Craft. And there's an add-on for this, or if you type /simc after you have the add-on, of course, you get all this stuff about your character, and you go in here to the Simulate tab, and then you paste that in here, and let's rename this tab to Retribution. And you go in here and you set up some options. I have all these things turned off. This is primarily used for raid boss, single target DPS type stuff. But yeah, I've got a little bit of options changed here. So we're doing a 100-second length fight. The fight length varies by 20%. I haven't finalized exactly what I'm gonna use, but if you look at like a Mythic Plus dungeon, assuming you're doing boss fights where the boss is gonna last like a minute to 2 minutes, possibly longer. But yeah, this is kind of the options here. You can put in some stuff to change that. But let's just go to simulate what we have here so far, which this is going to try to simulate the character's DPS. And there's some things about this that we're gonna change. So as you can see here, first of all, we have 58,878 DPS. That's quite a bit higher than the 43k damage that I was doing on the target dummy. So there's a few reasons for that. First of all, they use a bunch of different stuff. So they're using augment runes, they're using the flask, they're using food buff, they're using a potion. So they are doing a bunch of extra damage from all of that, and they're using as well trinkets. So Dragon Games equipment is one of the trinkets I have currently. So that did 3.6% of the total DPS of this. So it's somewhere in here. There it is. Dragon Games equipment. So without all that extra stuff, obviously you do a lot lower DPS, and then of course they might be doing a little bit different of an order of abilities than I was doing. There's so many different decisions you can make, and it's very difficult to make some of those decisions in less than a second. So here's what the program is deciding. But this is taking into account a lot of different talents. So they might do some things in a different order because they're using different talents, or they might be prioritizing different things depending on if you're using different talents. So there's lots of different things there. Maybe I should have just done a simulation. Let's actually wait, can we change that to if we could have changed this to be exactly 120 seconds, maybe we can. 0 variation. The drop down doesn't allow that, but I guess we can just type it in, so that worked out. So here we could actually look at the number of times each thing was used to compare to what I did, to try to figure out like how they are getting more DPS than me. To try to figure out like what I can do to my rotation to be better, because trying to make sense of it out of all of this stuff is a little bit trickier. So where were we? So like they had, in the course of 2 minutes, basically about 21 Blade of Justice uses. Let's see how many I got. So I only had 12. So they're definitely using that a lot more than me. That's good to know. Means I should probably be prioritizing that more. Like I said, I didn't really look up the damage of these abilities beforehand to try to figure out what priorities it should have been, so yeah. Blade of Justice over Templar Strike for sure. And I'm guessing it's going to be also Judgment is going to be above Templar Strike. I had 11 casts of Judgment. That doesn't sound quite right. I feel like I probably had 12 casts of Judgment and 2 casts of Divine Toll, which each hit 2 targets. I'm thinking that's what I had. I'm guessing I had 12 casts of Judgment. So were they? Okay, so that's about right. And then let's see, Templar Strike, they had 6.8, and Templar Slash, they only had 5. So I think I used those quite a bit more than them. So yeah, I had 14 and 11. So something for me to be working on there is make sure I use Blade of Justice a lot more, use Templar Strike a lot less. Now, Templar Strike, I don't know if that changes a bit in multi-target situations. But yeah, lots of things to consider. So there is a talent for Blade of Justice doing AoE damage. But I'm actually using a different one, which is Judgment empowers your next single target holy power ability to automatically activate Divine Storm. This can only occur every 20 seconds. Basically, this one does not do anything for a single target, I don't think, but this one does. So that's why I'm using that one instead. But so because of that, I think for multiple targets, it's better to use probably the Templar Strike, Templar Slash stuff. Because we have a talent out here where it's hitting extra enemies, and also the talent over here where it can proc free Divine Storms. So it's hard to say though. I guess really you should do the math. How good is that? Maybe that's still not even very good. Like you can get a talent for Blade of Justice to generate 2 holy power instead of 1 holy power. I have it do 2 charges instead right now, but maybe I should change that. Lots of things to consider. Normally generating 1 extra holy power would definitely be better, but the thing is you have either one of these talents gives a chance to reset the cooldown of Blade of Justice, so these get a lot more value if Blade of Justice has 2 charges, because then you can actually reset full charge instead of resetting only like half a charge. So there's so many different things you can change to try to see what does more damage, but I'm not going to do all that right now. But what I am going to do is we're going to take away some of the extra stuff, not all the extra stuff, but some of the extra stuff that this simulation is doing. to get a more realistic, typical dungeon scenario as far as how much single target damage we can actually do here on this character. So we want to not do all the consumable stuff, the food and the augment rune and the flask and the potion, all that stuff we don't want to happen. So we're gonna go to overrides tab here, and we're gonna just paste in some stuff here. We're gonna say no consumables. So if we simulate again, so instead of 55k DPS, we've gone down to 51k DPS. So getting much more reasonable there. They're still using the trinkets. And we could also look, sometimes they also do other stuff before the fight starts, but it looks like not in this case. That part's good. I don't know if there's an easy way to have them not do trinkets. That I can just put in something like this to make that happen. So but what we can do is we can actually go to the actual code that they are running. So if we go here to profiles, tier 31, Paladin, Retribution. I'm going to copy this file. And I'm gonna paste it here. We're gonna go in there, and I'm just gonna remove the part where they use trinkets. So I think I just remove all of this stuff here. Let's see. I'm thinking that'll work. But we need to actually have them use this action list. And we don't want all that gear overriding my character's gear. I'm gonna delete all of that stuff. So to actually have them use this newly upgraded thing, let's see here. Emulate. We've got to call this file basically. If I recall correctly, if I get this wrong, we'll just look it up real quick in a different thing. But I think it's just input equals dot slash. What's that folder called? I think I called the folder custom. Yeah. Oh, we need backslashes here. I think. Custom slash Paladin retribution. Sigma C. And I think that'll do it. Okay, so yeah, now we get a warning. That you're not using items, but you can disable this warning with some more code here in the override section. So we're going to throw that in there, and we'll just simulate it again so that thing's out of the way. So yeah, now we got rid of the potions and stuff. Now we got rid of the trinkets. So now we've gone even further down in the DPS to 50,000 DPS. So this is kind of theoretically what I could have maybe done against the target dummy, although it's still not taking into account the health of the health of the target dummy doesn't go down like in the simulation. So like I can never use Hammer of Wrath outside of Avenging Wrath on the target dummy. So but this is closer, a lot closer to what we could maybe do ourselves. But still, the action list is still complicated, essentially. So, I'm not going to actually do that. We're going to see how much damage I do with a rotation that I actually planned myself, basically. So, I'm going to make a new document here. We're just going to call it retribution apl.simc, like the rest of the ones that I've already made. And we're going to start off nice and fresh here. So we need to start off with auto attacking. We're gonna manually make sure auto attacks happen. We're gonna say actions. Sorry, auto attack. This is a comment. Actions equals auto attack. I believe is what it's called. We'll get an error in a minute if this doesn't work. And let's say that we're gonna start super simple. We're gonna just do auto attacks. We are going to use judgment whenever possible. So we gotta judgment. Is that how you spell that? Is there an E there? Judgment. No, there's no E in the middle there. Judgment. That looks weird. Whatever. Alright. So the way this actually works is this is adding this to a string. So the slash like separates the actions, and this whole action priority list just goes from top to bottom. Every time your character can do something, it goes through each action and tries to do those things, basically. So let's say we judgment, and then we will Blade of Justice. Blade of Justice. And we will, what is it called? Templar Strike. They might do this in a weird way. So we might have to call like Crusader Strike or something, but let's put in Templar Slash first, which is the second hit of the combo, and then actually we're gonna do this a little bit differently. We'll have Templar Strike here. But we're going to say if we Templar Striked, then Templar Slash is going to be available. And we're going to want to make sure that that actually gets used up. So maybe we put it up here. Actions plus equal Templar Slash. And from what we were talking about earlier, we should actually be Blade of Justicing with higher priority judgment. And maybe higher priority. We'll continue improving this, but we're gonna keep it simple for now. But yeah, but what we also want to do is, if we have the holy power, we're gonna want to spend this on final verdict. So we're going to say actions plus equals slash final verdict. And I think that's a reasonably simple action priority list for now for the Retribution Paladin. But let's just write down a bunch of stuff that we're not using yet so that I can remember it later. So I'm going to say not used. So we did not use yet Hammer of Wrath. We haven't used Wake of Ashes. We haven't used what is it called? Final Reckoning? Yeah, Final Reckoning. We haven't used Divine Toll. We haven't used Divine Storm. I'm actually wondering, maybe Divine Storm isn't that good in single target. Specifically, normally you don't use it unless you get a proc for a free Divine Storm. But I don't know if mathematically that's even that good to even use it then. Maybe you only use it like during Final Reckoning. But I don't know. I think they used it like once or something in the simulation. Go back to that. How many times did you Divine Storm? Oh, they used it several times. Okay. So specifically with this talent where your next Divine Storm deals 50% increased damage, that stacks up over time. It's over here. So every 20 seconds, basically, your Divine Storm is dealing 50% extra damage. So, like, in the course of 2 minutes, you are essentially getting let's see, 6 times 50%. You're getting 3 extra Divine Storms worth of damage over the course of 2 minutes. if you are divine storming frequently enough. I mean, it's... Yeah, your other choice is this other one, of course, which is... Either of them are gonna be good for AoE damage, but... I don't know, I feel like Inquisitor's Ire is more viable for single target. If you don't have that stacking up, the Divine Storm damage is like barely better than a Templar Strike, and definitely not as good as a Templar Slash. So it's Are these counting... I wonder if these are counting Empyrean Legacy. Rocks?
We protect.
Is that what it's called? No, Empyrean Power. Are they using that? I don't know if they're using that.
For the glory of the dragon.
Because with Empyrean Legacy here, we get the free Divine Storm when we do Final Verdict every 20 seconds. So yeah, apparently that uses up the stacks. So maybe they're never actually Divine Storming. Let's look at their priority list here. Where do they actually Divine Storm? Divine Storm if Divine Storm castable and... Okay. Not Talent Crusade or... Divine Storm Castle. So they are using some variable up here. Where is it? Oh, here it is. So if it's... Okay, they are only doing it with targets at least 3 or at least 2 enemies and not enemy. Sorry, and not Arbiter. Arbiter. Oh, but we are using Arbiter. Or buff Empyrean Power up. Empyrean Power, not Legacy, and there's just so many different conditions in here that's getting complicated. And not find Arbiter up. And oh, so they're actually fully strike damage. I don't know why they're using that. in the logic of whether or not they're using Divine Storm, but they are using it in single target when you do have the free Divine Storm proc, apparently. Is what it's looking like. So 1.7 procs of that. Where's the buffs at? Tyrion power, yeah. Yeah, they're using Divine Storm when they get the free Divine Storm proc in single target. The more I look at the math on that, the more it seems like maybe that's really not even that good, but yeah. But we'll consider that. So we got, let's see, we haven't used Hammer of Wrath, Wake of Ashes, Final Reckoning, Divine Toll, Divine Storm, and just that one. They were also using Shield of Vengeance, but at least I think they were using Shield of Vengeance. Thought I saw it up there. Yeah, they cast 2 Shields of Vengeance. But it uses a global cooldown. So if you're not taking damage, it's definitely good if you are taking damage, but if you're not taking damage, I think that's actually a waste of DPS. But I don't think I want to include it on here. Unless I put in a simulation that actually deals damage to the player. But for now, we'll just add in Avenging Wrath on here at the bottom. For things that we haven't added in yet. Ugh. I need to go to the bathroom. Sorry, we're gonna have to take a little bit of a break here. Yeah. Let's see here. So we're gonna add the screen, we're gonna mute some stuff, and yeah, we'll be back in a couple minutes. All right. So. Yeah, so we're gonna simulate this little thing here. So we're starting off very simple. For how we want to play the retribution class, and then we're gonna change some things a bit here. So we're gonna say, what did I call it? Retribution APL, probably. Yeah. And final verdict. What? Final verdict. That's what it's called, but maybe I have to call it by Templar's verdict. Templar's verdict. Try Templar's verdict. See if that works. And try again. All right, we got something. So very, very simple. And we get 33k DPS out of it. How much DPS did I get when I was actually going? Yeah, we were at like 43k or so. So, obviously I was using some cooldown stuff, so we got a little bit of ways to go. But that's a very simple look at it so far. So now we're gonna obviously add in the bigger damage abilities here. And let's look at Hammer of Wrath damage. So I want to see where exactly do I want to prioritize this. Because not only is the damage of each ability important and the holy power generation of each ability important, but also that in relation to cooldowns is also important. So if you look at, let's say you look at Wake of Ashes, and it does 40k damage, plus some damage over time. But let's say you have another ability just like Wake of Ashes that's on a 10-second cooldown. Then that other ability with the shorter cooldown, you'd want to prioritize over Wake of Ashes. Because like the cooldown waste of the shorter cooldown ability, it like hurts more basically. Sort of. It sort of does and it sort of doesn't. But that's kind of my philosophy on that. So, like if you look at Hammer of Wrath compared to Blade of Justice, well, Hammer of Wrath's a guaranteed crit, but Blade of Justice, we're looking at average 27k damage, but it's also doing from the damage over time. I don't know how many casts. It's doing like an extra 10k or so damage from the damage over time. So yeah, I think Hammer of Wrath is slightly better. They also have a talent where Hammer of Wrath shoots out a little hammer thing. Where is that? There it is. Way down here. Blessed Hammers. So it's an AoE ability. So it's AoE, but it's also the talent also gives you 5% crit chance. So it's a really good talent because of that. But in addition to that, the Hammer of Wrath does a tiny bit of extra damage in addition to its own damage. So yeah, Hammer of Wrath, really good. I think we're going to prioritize that really high. Do I prioritize it over Templar Slash? I think so. So the issue with Templar Slash, of course, is that you have to Templar Strike first, and then after you Templar Strike, you only have a few seconds in which to Templar Slash. So that goes to waste if you don't prioritize it kind of highly. But I think we are going to I think we are going to put that up here. The Hammer of Wrath. Hammer up. Actually, just put it out of here. Paste it here. Actually, Hammer of Wrath. That's just going to use it whenever it can be used. Which it's got to be off cooldown, and it's also got to be usable. So the target has to be 20% of health or lower, or at any point during Avenging Wrath. So yeah, that's that. But if we look here, we are getting to some situations where we have generators up here above our holy power spender. So in this case, these are only 1-point generators, and because the cooldown on the Hammer of Wrath, and because Templar Slash you can only cast once before having to Templar Strike again, we're getting a situation where we can get up to 5 holy power, but we're not gonna get above 5 holy power. Generally. Theoretically, if we get up to 3 holy power from these guys, and then we also Hammer of Wrath and Templar Slash to get up to 5 holy power, before we can Final Verdict. But if the Final Verdict... The Final Verdict could theoretically proc... where is that? Divine Purpose. So your Holy Power abilities have a chance to make your next Holy Power ability free. So you could theoretically end up doing Final Verdicts back to back till the Hammer of Wrath comes off a cooldown, and then this would actually Hammer of Wrath while you still have 5 holy power. So I'm not 100% sure if that's a bad thing, but I'm gonna I'm gonna say we don't want to do that. Oh, also, I forgot about this. We have a talent where this has a 15% chance to let you Hammer of Wrath outside of execute range and avenging wrath, so we could also Hammer of Wrath in that situation as well. So yeah, there's definitely a possibility where holy power goes to waste here. Let's actually sim what we have right now, which we just added in Hammer of Wrath here. I'm very interested to see how much holy power actually gets wasted. So just adding in Hammer of Wrath, we went up from 33,800 DPS to 35,200 DPS. And I'm looking at holy power overflow. We have no holy power overflow yet. So yeah, it's just an extremely uncommon situation. It's theoretically possible, but extremely uncommon. So yeah, don't really gotta worry about that currently, at least. Let's add in some of these other ones, and we also need to do a little more thinking on some cases. But let's add in some of the other big damage stuff first, so that we can see what we're actually going for, or see how close we are with keeping it simple before we make things more complicated. So we're gonna Avenging Wrath with high priority. We are going to Final Reckoning with high priority. And we're going to Wake of Ashes with high priority, except that we don't want to Wake of Ashes if the actually, I don't know how high a priority we want to Wake of Ashes. So like I was talking about earlier with cooldown type stuff, maybe we Wake of Ashes after Hammer of Wrath. But these are just comments that are in here, so let's actually put these in here. Avenging Wrath, and we'll sim it and see how it happens, see how it works out. Final Reckoning. Actions plus equals / Wake of Ashes. Alright, so we just have Divine Toll and Divine Storm not used yet, but there's still a lot of logic we can do to try to improve this, but let's just sim it again and see what we get. Simulate. Alright, so we've gone up from adding Avenging Wrath, Final Reckoning, and Wake of Ashes, which are all that's 1 minute cooldown, 1 minute cooldown, and 30-second cooldown. We have gone from 35k DPS up to 46k DPS. So obviously very good things to throw in there. And but yeah, so we wanted to look at that's Wake of Ashes below a Hammer of Wrath. We could look at Wake of Ashes above Hammer of Wrath. There's a good chance it's not really gonna make a difference. But it could be a very slight difference. So these are based on... I'm doing 25,000 iterations. These are... there's a margin of error to these things. So here it is. The error is down here. So they might be close enough that we can't really tell which one's better. But let's just see what we get. 46,686 and 46,693. So yeah, that basically doesn't matter. Comparing those two. And it's too close to say that one's definitely better than the other. But yeah, Wake of Ashes is only up every 30 seconds. Hammer of Wrath is up every 6.3 seconds when it's usable. So like during Avenging Wrath. But so yeah, that's well I feel like it's better to have Wake of Ashes below it. But then maybe it should be below Templar Slash also. I don't know. But I did want to do, let's see, I wanted to do a couple things here. We want to Avenging Wrath. Let's see, we want to Avenging Wrath when we already have some holy power. So we can program in a whole bunch of logic here to have them build up holy power, save it up for Avenging Wrath. But we know we're going to hit at least 3 holy power from our generators before it gets spent on what's that shit called? Final Verdict. So let's just say we're gonna Avenging Wrath at 3+ holy power. And so we're gonna add in the logic for that. So we're gonna say if equals holy power greater than or equal to 3. And this is going to create a problem, though, where this is going to initially get skipped, and then it's going to Final Reckoning, and then it's going to Wake of Ashes. So it's going to do those things outside of Avenging Wrath, which we do not want to happen. So we want to put in some extra code on these to make sure that they do not happen if we are trying to build up the holy power for Avenging Wrath. So we're going to edit this. We're going to say if equals cooldown dot Avenging Wrath ready, I believe is the syntax for it. Could be wrong. We might have to look that up. Sorry, if we want it if it's not ready, then we'll use it. Yeah, that'll work. So that should only use this after we've done Avenging Wrath, and since they both share a 1-minute cooldown, that'll be fine. And then in the case of Wake of Ashes, we want to add a couple things. So so Wake of Ashes, we only want to be done. Whoops. During Avenging Wrath initially, but it's on a 30-second cooldown. So we wanted to do it after Avenging Wrath starts, but then Wake of Ashes will get used another time before Avenging Wrath is back up again. So we just want to make sure we are keeping in mind that we're like programming this in the way that that will happen. So this, I think it'll take care of that, but we also want to add in, we don't want to Wake of Ashes if we already have too much holy power. So we're going to say and holy power less than or equal to 2. We're not going to Wake of Ashes unless we have 2 or less holy power to make sure that doesn't go to waste. So that's so that's going to be a little bit of improvement, but that's probably not going to do that much. At least I'm expecting that to be an improvement. Alright, so we went from... Yeah, so we got a slight improvement just building up a few holy power before we Avenging Wrath. And then of course we had to add this other code in to make sure that Avenging Wrath, or that these cooldowns got used inside of Avenging Wrath when possible. But apart from that, they that didn't get changed, except for the holy power. The holy power less than or equal to 2 thing. Actually, that did make a difference. At the very start of the fight, it would have been doing Avenging Wrath, Final Reckoning, Wake of Ashes, but later in the fight, we could have had, on subsequent Wake of Ashes, we could have been wasting holy power. Maybe that'll be on here, actually. We should have looked at that. Yeah, holy power overflow from Wake of Ashes. So we were wasting a couple holy power before, but we shouldn't be anymore. Yeah. Good. Alright. We are on occasion now getting situations though where we are wasting holy power. From Hammer of Wrath or Templar Slash. Because this stuff is above Final Verdict, there is situations where we are slightly wasting some of it, but the waste amount is very low. The Holy Power Overflow. So it's not really a big deal at the moment. What else are we not using? Okay. Not using Divine Toll and Divine Storm. Alright, that's some stuff to think about. So yeah, our target from what was it? It was like 50k DPS, I think. Once we took out all the... So it started off with them using all the food buffs and stuff, right? And then we got rid of some of that stuff, and then we got rid of... Is this the one without the... No, this one still uses the trinkets. And we had this thing, so we got rid of that. So this is currently sort of the quote-unquote optimal DPS we should be going for without using any consumables or trinkets. So let me close these other ones. Because this is kind of the target DPS that we're trying to reach here with our own little action priority list. So we might not be able to hit 50k DPS, but we're gonna work on it a little bit more and see if we can get this there. I don't want to make it too complicated though. So for example, if we look at not that one, this one. Empyrean Legacy. So Judgment empowers your next single target holy power ability to automatically activate Divine Storm with 25% increased effectiveness. This effect can only occur every 20 seconds. So obviously this is really good. That makes Judgment really good. But you could program it to put higher priority on Judgment once that cooldown is up, to make sure that you are triggering that as often as possible. But I feel like from a gameplay perspective, that's you could like set up a weak aura to tell you that, or you could actually watch. There's a debuff down here. Cannot benefit from Empyrean Legacy, so you can definitely keep track of that to figure out when that is when you can Judgment again and get that effect again. But currently I'm not keeping track of that, so I feel like that's a little bit unrealistic to do. So yeah, maybe we'll try it later, but for now, let's see. Let's say we want to Divine Storm when we have the free Divine Storm. But Da, 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 da. Free Divine Storm. What's the buff called? Empyrean Power. So where in here are we going to actually put that, though? Like, ultimately, I think you prioritize this pretty low. But I don't know if you want to, like, do it before you Templar Slash. So it's gonna... The optimal time to use it is probably going to be dependent on how much holy power you have and what other abilities are off of cooldown. I don't think you want to free Divine Storm, for example, when Hammer of Wrath is off of cooldown. I think we're going to definitely put it below that stuff. I feel like you want to probably Blade of Justice above it also. So let's say we put it here. Let's say we say Divine Storm if free proc. Actions plus equals slash Divine Storm if equals buff dot Empyrean. Is that what it's called? No, Empyrean Power. Empyrean Legacy is the other one. Empyrean Power is the divine. Empyrean Power. Empyrean Power. Okay. So yeah, is that a good spot to use it? I don't know. Maybe we don't even use it there. And then the other thing is the Divine Purpose proc. We get a free Holy Power ability of any type. But obviously, since we're trying to do single target damage here, we want to use Final Verdict in that situation. So in the current state of things, that is getting used up in this situation here. I don't know if there's any reason to like, we could write in code specifically take that into account. I'm not sure if we want to. Let's leave it like that. Let's sim it again, see what we get. So all we did was we added in Divine Storm and we get the free Divine Storm proc, right? I think that's all we added. So theoretically that should be a tiny bit better DPS, I'd imagine. Maybe not. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, the Divine Storm damage in single target is slightly worse than I thought it was. Because this number here is with the 50% buff. If we take off the 50% buff, well, we go to the other talent here for the Divine Storm, which is essentially 20% damage added to this 12,800. Even as a free ability, it's like is that better than Judgment? I don't think that's better than Judgment. It's because these generate holy power, which will be used later for Final Verdict. Maybe let's say we put it actually at the very bottom. And just to let's see how often this actually gets cast. This will only get cast if we run out of all the other abilities, basically. We won't be able to use anything else. We've used up all of our Templar Strikes, our Templar Slashes, our Judgment, and our Blade of Justice. So this might never get cast. But let's sim it and see what happens. Action priority list. Okay, that literally never happens. Interesting. What were they doing? If I recall correctly, over here, they did not have very many uses of Templar Strike and Templar Slash. 6.7 and 5.0. What are they even doing with the rest of their GCDs? I have 9.4 and 9.3. So yeah, I have like 5 extra. Let's see, 4. No, I have like 7 extra GCDs that I'm using on Templar Strike and Templar Slash compared to them. Oh, and they are using Shield of Vengeance twice, like I mentioned. Wait, what? Does Shield of Vengeance do damage? Like if you don't take damage, maybe the simulation is automatically assuming that you are getting full value out of Shield of Vengeance. Let me Let me see if Shield of Vengeance does any damage if you don't take any damage. So let's see in here. Boom! No damage happened. Because they are actually getting, according to this, they are actually getting a couple thousand DPS out of Shield of Vengeance. So that's like most of the difference of the DPS between me and them is just them using Shield of Vengeance twice. That's a 1 minute cooldown. Interesting. So yeah, I guess maybe I won't be able to hit 50k damage because they are doing that, and that doesn't I don't know if it's fair to really factor that in. You absolutely, on most boss fights, can intentionally take damage to make sure that happens, but it's not real. It's not really what you should be doing. You should never really intentionally take damage. So yeah, I'm not really like, if it's like a raid boss fight, then yeah, you'll definitely take enough unavoidable damage that you'll definitely rock your Shield of Vengeance, but outside of that, like on actual dungeons, you might take that much damage depending on the fight, but you'd have to, the shield only lasts for 10 seconds, so you'd really need to use it like right before you know you're going to take a bunch of damage, which is unavoidable, because like I said, going into avoidable damage is like you're not in a difficult enough dungeon if you are taking avoidable damage just to proc your Shield of Vengeance. Yeah, maybe I should have removed Shield of Vengeance from their thing here. Okay, they actually use a pre-combat Shield of Vengeance. Whoops. So we're gonna resim their thing. They used a pre-combat Shield of Vengeance, which is so that one won't be counted against them as far as the global cooldowns. So essentially they used one global cooldown basically on Shield of Vengeance. but got 2 Shield of Vengeance's worth of damage out of it, I believe. Alright, so to simulate that, we've got to put this back in here real quick. Simulate. Okay, this is their DPS without Shield of Vengeance either. That makes us a lot closer. Unfortunately, you can't drag these tabs over. I really wish you could drag the tabs over. But this is the new one that we're gonna be comparing ourselves to. So currently we are like 600 DPS behind what their DPS is, so we're pretty close. But we can still make ours a little bit better than it currently is. So let's get back to that. I think I just opened up a second one accidentally, double clicking when I really just wanted to copy the name back in here. There we go. All right. So let's close this, and then let's go back to our thing. So we still haven't used Divine Bowl. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we just never actually want to use Divine Storm. Single target, basically. The other thing we could do is the reason we're never getting to that point is because of the talent here, Templar Strikes. So we have the Templar Strike, Templar Slash combo, which is 2 GCDs instead of if you just have regular Crusader Strike, then it's like 1 GCD per use, but this is essentially 2 GCDs per use, and both of them generate holy power. So they're it's sort of like having 2 extra charges of Crusader Strike, but then also the second hit, the Templar Slash, just does a lot more damage. So it's if I wasn't using that talent, then we might run out of combo point generators and be able to use our free Divine Storm. But yeah, for purely single target DPS, then yeah, the way things currently are, this talent, Imperium Power, is worthless. But I'm not trying, I said before, I'll say again, we're not trying to build a purely single target damage build. We're trying to see the single target damage of a more all-around dungeon build. So since this is very useful in AoE situations, we're still going to keep that talent. We're not going to change that talent. But it would be interesting to know if we changed this other talent. We changed off of Templar Strikes. Would that be a good move? So we could put either we get rid of this talent completely and pick a different talent somewhere else, or we pick the other one, which instead of going back to Crusader Strikes, it just removes that button altogether. And just adds damage to your auto attacks, essentially. Sort of like on Prot Warrior, if you pick Devastator instead of it'll replace Devastate, and then you no longer have a pure filler button. Or similar on I think Demon Hunter has a similar thing these days with instead of the super basic filler generator, you can remove that and have a generator that's like added into your auto attacks. So it's on a couple different classes, the same idea. Whoops. Not entirely sure if I want to do that. We'll have to add in some more code to really actually test that. So maybe that's a little too much for this video. But yeah. We'll just put a note here. Never happens with Templar. What is the talent card? Templar Strikes talent. So yeah, let's... Oh, and that was our talents changed again. So yeah, there's definitely a ton you can do to check different priorities of things, and that's gonna be based on different talents, of course, which is why the which is why this one looks so complicated, is because a lot of them are checking talents to see whether or not things should be executed. But yeah, let's just throw in Divine Toll. Where was I? And where's Divine Toll gonna be? Divine Toll's gonna be... well, Divine Toll is a 1 minute cooldown, right? Which obviously lines up with Avenging Wrath and Final Reckoning type stuff, but it's a generator. So we do want to use it inside of Avenging Wrath. So we're gonna do sort of the same thing that we did with Wake of Ashes, basically. We're gonna throw it in here. We're gonna say we're gonna use it. Sorry. Actually, it's gonna be more like Final Reckoning, because that's a 1 minute cooldown. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter. And then we could also do this differently. We could say if... We could say if equals buff dot avenging wrath. dot up. We could do it like that, and maybe that makes a little bit more sense to read. But yeah, similar to Wake of Ashes, I think it's better to make sure that we aren't over capping on holy power. So in multi-target situations, Divine Toll's just gonna end up maxing out your holy power instantly, no matter how much you start with. But in single target, since I have Judgment generating 2 holy power, we can say Divine Toll. Those judgments will also generate 2 holy power. So we'll use Divine Toll as long as we have less than or equal to 3 holy power when it comes to single target damage rotation. So that sounds pretty good. That's not what I want. I want results. So what was, which one was their DPS again? Was it this one? It must have been this one. I think it was this one. But yeah, they used Divine Toll twice. So yeah, that. So the thing is, Divine Toll in single target, without the talent where you cast extra judgments every 5 seconds for 15 seconds, it's not that good of a single target damage button. But it is still 100% increased judgment damage. So it's definitely... I think it's pretty safe to call it better than these other generators. Maybe it's actually worse than Hammer of Wrath, though. Let's see, where is this on here? Yeah, okay, we have it below Hammer of Wrath anyways. So yeah, I think that's fine. Let's sim that. So now we're using everything, and we might change around the order of things slightly, but okay, that had basically no effect on our DPS apparently. Why is that? The other thing is we've done so much stuff up here that we're doing before Final Verdict that we want to look at, for example, this will allow you to Hammer of Wrath when you're at max holy power, and that'll get wasted. And then same with Templar Slash. And do we really want that to happen? How frequently is that happening? And Wake of Ashes is overflowing? How's that happening? That doesn't make sense to me. should only be casting Wake of Ashes if holy power is less than or equal to 2. I assume this has higher priority than action list expressions. We'll just check the operator preference. Precedence, sorry. Yeah. So, yeah, that not ready, and holy power is lesser. So I have no idea how Wake of Ashes is supposedly overflowing on holy power. That doesn't make sense. I don't think I have anything that, like, refunds holy power. Do I? Refund. Yeah, I don't think anything can refund holy power. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Seems like that should be impossible. Anyways, let's see. Hammer of Wrath. Mind Toll. Let me... We're also just not getting as much... Wait, where's my Divine Toll? Divine Toll. Oh, I'm an idiot. I copy pasted and didn't change it down here. That's why this happened. Okay. Let me just close that one so it doesn't confuse me later when we're trying to compare to the other one. Alright, so yeah, now that we're divine tolling 47,795 is what we were going for. And we're at 47,800. So yeah, we are right there with the the default action priority list, essentially. Like I said, we took out a lot of stuff. We took out all the food and the flasks and the trinket usage and the Shield of Vengeance, because we're not gonna do our damage based on the assumption that we are gonna take a whole bunch of damage. So that's That's good to see that we came out. We came out pretty good, right up there with them. Now we could maybe try some other things. So I want to try, for example, so let's say we have, let's say all of our big cooldowns are down. Let's pretend that stuff's not happening. If we look right now, we're at 4 holy power. But maybe it's better to Blade of Justice before we final verdict. That's the type of thing I'm thinking. I'm thinking that maybe we say Blade of Justice if equals holy power. It's less than or equal to 4. And we're gonna put that above final verdict. Also, we never really looked at final verdict in when we have the different box stuff up for a free final verdict or for a the final verdict with the free Divine Storm attached to it, Empyrean Legacy. So we'll consider those in a second, but let's just simulate here real quick with the Blade of Justice above final verdict if we're not capped on holy power. So yeah, back to here, simulate again, and see if we get anything more out of that. No, we didn't really get anything out of that. Another thing we can look at, though, is... So, Blade of Justice... We're using talent for 2 charges on it, right? So... Generally, this sort of situation... We want to get the first charge... We want to use... at least one of those to get the cooldown rolling. But using the second one is only important when it comes in regards to your Blade of Justice resets. So we might do something like having a Blade of Justice be higher priority if there's 2 charges of it, basically. So let's say maybe maybe we put it down here. And then, so we'll put Blade of Justice back down there, but then we'll put it higher only in the situation where we have 2 charges of Blade of Justice. If equals, and I don't know if we can just do in charges equals 2, or if we have to put in some extra stuff to specify that it's Blade of Justice charges. I think this works. I can't remember exactly. Let's simulate again and see what happens. It'll be... Supposedly we lost some DPS. Let's see how often that gets called. So we're having 2 charges of Blade of Justice several times. That's interesting. But then, yeah, there's an additional thing we could look at is, so the Blade of Justice is doing damage over 6 seconds, right? But if we use 2 Blades of Justice back to back, are you losing some of the damage over time? And I think the answer is yes. So we had 4 ticks for a total of 12.8k damage. Or if we do them separately, I didn't really look at how many were crits before, but yeah, we're getting 6 ticks of the dot now when we do them separately. So you definitely get a little bit more value out of Blade of Justice if you are not doing them back to back. So maybe what we should be doing is maybe we should be prioritizing that below Judgment, actually. I think that would make more sense. Blade of Justice 2 charges versus Blade of Justice 1 charge. So it'll Blade of Justice, then Judgment, and then Blade of Justice. But of course, this part isn't actually needed since we are below Final Verdict again. So Final Verdict is back where it's gonna get used, but I don't know if that's how I want that either. Let's send this real quick, but I'm thinking we actually want a Judgment before Final Verdict. If specifically, if we are at 3 holy power charges, I think it makes more sense to Judgment and then Final Verdict to get Judgment going on cooldown. It's always hard to say for sure. There's so many different things you can check. Like you could check, for example, if the target already has the Final Verdict 20% damage debuff on it. But that sort of thing is like just going in a little too deep. But I'm thinking wait, did I sim this already? I don't think I simmed that. 40. Wait. All right, so we went from 47,800-ish up to 48,200-ish. So that seems like that actually, this setup actually did improve our DPS slightly. But let's also try moving the judgment above final verdict, and we'll have to put in the code there to make sure it's essentially only going to happen at it's only going to happen before final verdict if we're at 3 holy power. Equals holy power, and there's no charges on judgment. So yeah, there's so many talents we could change to try to eke out more damage. The one I'm most interested in actually is Holy Blade. Putting 2 holy power charges on Blade of Justice instead of having 2 charges of Blade of Justice. That's the one that I'm most interested in right now, as to whether or not that is worth doing. But let's test this really quick. So we're judgment before final verdict now. Because yeah, originally I decided for the cooldown resets that Blade of Justice having 2 charges would be better, but also because I was previously using the AoE Blade of Justice talent. But then I changed off of that talent, so because that made it a little bit better for like burst AoE damage type of thing, or like, I mean, it's not that much AoE damage, but it's pretty reasonable. It's fairly good for like a non for not being like a big 30-second cooldown or something. It's a pretty reasonable amount of AoE damage. Because, I mean, like, Divine Storm, right? Divine Storm is only about that much. Without the 50% damage buff. So, that definitely is a pretty good AoE talent. But since I switched over to Empyrean Legacy, it's just yeah, maybe 2 holy power on Blade of Justice is better. But let's get back to it. We are simulating. I saved this, right? So yeah, we are now simulating judgment above final verdict. Assuming we're not gonna waste holy power. Simulate. 48 to 19. Wait, what? Exactly the same? Did I already simulate it, or did it actually not matter? Judgment above Templar's verdict. Templar's verdict above judgment. Yeah, so that actually did not matter. Interesting. All right. I mean, we are like slightly past the default priority list, essentially. So I'm not trying to really go much farther with this, but I do really want to see if 2 holy power on Blade of Justice makes it that much better. We could still We can still also play around with Templar Slash here. Because I think like Templar Slash, here we have some overflow. Oh, we're getting more Hammer of Wrath overflow now. Oh, right. That is... Okay, before we... Okay, that stuff's happening because we are trying to squeeze in more stuff, get more stuff on cooldown before doing Final Verdict, but we never put in the code to not Hammer of Wrath if we are at max holy power. So let's see if this helps, or this might hurt our DPS. Less than or equal to... We're only going to Hammer of Wrath if we're not capped on holy power. Simulate. The tab I need. 48, 154. So yeah, slightly worse, apparently. So it's fine to just keep Hammer of Wrath on cooldown, because it does really good damage when you have like the guaranteed crit talent, basically, and the other thing. So yeah, we're just gonna Hammer Wrath like that. Let's go back to though the Blade of Justice. So we gotta change talents really quick here. I'm gonna do that. We're gonna just copy paste this over again. Really we only need like one line out of here, but I don't want to bother to find it, so we're just gonna paste that whole thing over there. And let me actually close out all these results. So currently we were at roughly 48,200 DPS. I'm gonna close all of these results, and we're gonna run the default priority list again real quick here, just to see what they are doing with the how much DPS they are doing now with 2 holy power on whatchamacallit, Blade of Justice. 47,700. Is that? That's somewhere around where it was before. So the thing is, if we go 2 holy power generated, I'm not sure if that gets us like that'll theoretically give us less uses of Blade of Justice. I don't know, maybe that's a bad thing. But let's go back to, okay, my my thing is this. But we need to actually put in the code here. So, Blade of Justice is now 2 holy power. I'm just gonna comment out these other lines. And we'll put it back up here. Blade of Justice, 2 holy power. So we're going to say Blade of Justice if equals holy power less than or equal to 3. And there's no charges anymore. So we'll try that. Okay, that basically has no effect on our total DPS. But like I said, it should be theoretically a little bit fewer Blades of Justice. Because we're getting less value out of Blade of Justice cooldown resets because it no longer has charges. But also, with it generating holy power, that should be shifting our damage slightly more towards using more final verdicts to spend that holy power. So should be doing both of those things. And then I'm not really sure if we are getting down here, if we are getting down to doing more Templar strikes or not. Templar strikes are... So the Templar Strike, Templar Slashes. Since we're doing less Blades of Justice, maybe it's getting down there more, or maybe it's getting down there less because the holy power generated from Blade of Justice may be happening more. It really depends on how much Blade of Justice gets reset. So yeah, if we hadn't have closed off our previous results, we could have looked at whether or not this was an actual improvement to the DPS. I'm not sure. I don't know. But yeah, it is maybe a little bit counterintuitive, but you really can prioritize final verdict quite low. But yeah, big picture. Is this good single target DPS? It's decent. I think if we look at, for example, my Shadow Priest build, if we simulate that real quick, we might come back to changing something in a second here. But if we look at my Shadow Priest DPS, that is doing a decent amount more damage. That's what, like 3,500 DPS more, which at these numbers is like roughly 7% more single target DPS. But if we look at the priority list I have for my Shadow Priest, this is actually not even using Void Eruption and Void Bolt. So Void Eruption is a 2-minute cooldown, which there's a talent where you get a bunch of like crit with it as well. But mainly it gives you this Void Bolt ability, which is an instant cast ability with like a 5-second cooldown, and this does pretty good damage. I can't remember if it generates a lot of insanity or not, but it does pretty good damage. And since I hadn't put that into this priority list yet, this is the DPS of this Shadow Priest is definitely a bit higher. So yeah, like Shadow Priest is definitely on the higher end for single target DPS, at least with the talents that I use. So I don't consider Ret to be I don't consider this to be good single target DPS, but it's definitely not bad. If we go look at instead, if we were to look at my fucking Frost DK. Wait, oh, I didn't actually make one yet. But so this, so I don't know how much of it is that my talents are absolute garbage, but if we simulate my Frost DK, oh, this is, I forgot to mention, all of these are like no enchants, no embellishments, like in addition to like the no food and no consumables type of stuff, no enchants on any of the gear, no gem sockets, no embellishment stuff, nothing fancy whatsoever. So in the situation with Death Knights, so Death Knights are at a disadvantage probably, because Death Knights have their own special Death Knight enchantments that they can put on their weapons. So I may need to put enchants on all my characters' weapons to have a proper simulation comparison. So I may end up doing that later. But for now, my Death Knight Frost DK with no enchants, single target DPS. This is with the default action priority list. You can see here, absolute dog shit single target damage. Now I am running talents that are not super well inclined for single target damage, but this is absurdly bad. Because this is their simulation, so that's including the trinkets. That's including the trinkets. We have here, where is it? Where is... There it is, Dwarven Barrage. So he's got the trinket from Uldamon. So that is a significant chunk of his damage also. So basically, he's at 30,000 single target DPS. He's absolutely terrible. So I feel like Frost DK is just horrifically bad. I haven't tried other talents for him, but that's actual horrifically bad DPS. But I would say even like 40,000, even 40,000 is, I would say bad DPS. I think well, never mind. I was gonna say my arms warrior, I think, was somewhere around there. But I hadn't added some of the cooldown usage stuff to the arms warrior. I think he uses like everything except for he doesn't use avatar and he doesn't use Spear of Bastion and Thunderous Roar, if I recall correctly. So, in a typical dungeon scenario, you won't use Spear of Bastion and Thunderous Roar on a boss fight if the boss has no ads.
Have you and Mara made contact
if
with the holdout Drakthir settlements?
like you won't have those. You'll have used them on like trash packs basically. So they might be on cooldown during the boss fight, for example. So it's like kind of it's hard to say if you should really add those into a single target simulation, damage simulation. But if you are looking at this as a 2-minute, because we are simulating here currently a 2-minute fight, which that may I'm probably going to do different simulations in the future, and I might have 2-minute fight, I might have like 1-minute fight for single target damage. So it's so I might remove some of the cooldowns if they are more AoE focused from my single target simulations. But yeah. So but yeah, basically Arms Warrior is a bit on the low end for single target DPS, but nowhere near as bad as Frost DK. I was also spending a lot of time yesterday on Affliction Warlock. I didn't do simulations, or I didn't make a action priority list thing for Affliction Warlock. But I did simulate the default for my Affliction Warlock, and yeah, that was interesting. Since Affliction Warlocks are notoriously one of the worst classes for dungeons, or specs I should say. Like if you go to, I have these bookmarked, so we can go to these real quick here. And where's the other one? Which one is it? Oh, it must have been this one. All right, so if you go to Warcraft logs, you can see down here. This is I don't know exactly how their scoring works, but you can see here Affliction Warlock is dead last as the worst DPS spec in the game for Mythic Plus dungeons. You can filter these. So you could say like only Keystone level 20, for example. They don't really let you do a proper range, which is unfortunate on this specific website, but still, you can see at high keys, Affliction Warlock, absolute dog shit. Now if we go to a different website, Subcreation, they have a tier list of all the classes you can look at for Mythic Plus, or for the raid, or for PvP. But they have tier lists for all of those, and these are just purely based on data of what where the classes are. So for Mythic Plus, it's like on whatever database there is, or it's like a Blizzard API for that, and then raids is like for raid damage. I don't know if it's coming from Warcraft logs or something else, and then rated PvP, they're going off of like official leaderboard, PvP leaderboard API or something. But basically, yeah, you can see here for Mythic Plus, again, for DPS, Affliction Warlock is the very, very bottom. And then this other one, Raider IO. If you look at what classes are most being run at high keys, so I have it filtered here to level 20 and up. Then as far as DPS goes, like warlocks are mostly demonology warlocks, a tiny amount of destruction warlocks, and I don't know if there's even a value here that we can hover over. Affliction warlocks is just non-existent. So yeah, obviously demonology warlock is in a good spot. Maybe a little bit OP. I really wish destruction warlock was a little bit better. But yeah, the meta classes are really like the Havoc Demon Hunters, the Beastmaster Hunters spec, Outlaw Rogue. Frost Mage and Fire Mage have been doing pretty good. And this is higher than I honestly thought I would see the Retribution Paladin. But yeah, apparently they're pretty good. But they haven't been running the top keys like these other classes. So they're good, but they're not like busted like some of these other ones. But this one is this is only based on the very highest key levels that these specs have been in and have completed. So it's that's not I would say your class's performance at a plus 30 key level doesn't really matter. I would say it should be balanced more, something a little bit more achievable. Should be balanced, maybe like plus 20s or plus 25s at most. So don't stress out too much about this tier list in particular, but it is definitely sad to see at like a plus 20 key level that certain classes are just really struggling compared to others. Oh wait, where's the... oh, there it is. Yeah. The augmentation evoker. If you look at all the very, very top key runs, you're going to see a ton of augmentation evokers, a ton of havoc demon hunters, and some mages and some balanced druids. As far as the DPS, obviously tanks is largely demon hunters and a few paladins here. And then healers are primarily disciplined priests, and looks like the resto druid's been doing a little bit of good, but there's so few people actually doing this level of keys that it's you know, very few people. But yeah. But yeah, class spec balance. The part of the problem though is this data is not limited to like the past 2 weeks or whatever. Or even like the past month. So the problem is they start the league or the season or whatever, and there's obvious imbalance, and then they make some balance changes. But they do very little to nerf the top specs. So even after nerfs, the top specs are usually still the top specs. So people still keep playing those classes. They don't get like nerfed into the ground and everybody abandons the class type of thing. So, because if they do that, a lot of those people just stop playing. They just unsub. But yeah, they the balance. They make balance changes, but those balance changes don't affect the overall data very much. If they're not looking at like only the past 2 weeks type of thing, which is how this one works. So this one's more useful if you're trying to look at the spec balance. But yeah, data for those is definitely still going to be there's not as many people playing at this point in the season, basically. So it's hard to say. I don't know. Supposedly this has actually got a pretty decent amount of data, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like there's that many playing, but I'm not really sure. I'm not up at that level. You only look at the I can look at the pre-made groups, of course, and like I said earlier, they are all, or not all, the majority of them are high-level keys, so maybe there are still plenty of people playing, but But anyways, let's get back to... I don't know if it even makes sense at this point in the video to get back to adjusting anything further on the Ret Paladin. I don't know if I actually want to go back to Blade of Justice having 2 charges or just leave it on 2 Holy Power. And the other thing was... Alright. So Empyrean Legacy... So Empyrean Legacy is when we throw the hammer and that gives us a free Divine Storm with our next Final Verdict. And the duration of that buff is actually pretty long. So we don't really need to prioritize Final Verdict higher to make sure that we use that buff up. And then the other thing I wanted to consider was if we get the Divine Purpose proc, we have our next Holy Power ability free. Do I want to do anything different with that? So currently we would be using Final Verdict. And essentially we're using Blade of Justice and Judgment before Final Verdict if it's not going to overcap us on Holy Power. So like here we would Final Verdict because Judgment was oh, we had a proc there. So we have there is a proc. Where is it? Is it just... Maybe it's just built into Final Verdict itself? Where you can proc a free Hammer of Wrath use. It's sort of like Sudden Death on a warrior. Sudden Death procs, which let you use Execute whenever you want. Not whenever you want, but let you use it once without requirements. So it's the same sort of thing. But that buff is actually fairly short cooldown, or fairly short duration. Where is this? Let me just close this. Close all that. So if we go back to Retribution Paladin, this one. Let me close the Shadow Priest one. Okay. So yeah, we have Hammer of Wrath prioritized very high up here. I was wondering if we should have it prioritized high with the proc, because the duration of the proc's short, so we want to make sure that that gets used. But it's kind of less important to use it not during the proc, but I mean, maybe we... Actually, with 2 Holy Power Blade of Justice, maybe... Because we never really looked so much at Templar Slash. But I'm thinking maybe... 2 Holy Power Blade of Justice should actually be higher on our priorities. What is Divine Toll? Oh, right. So we have Divine Toll a bit higher on the priorities than it otherwise would be, just because it's a 1-minute cooldown, which lines up well with Avenging Wrath. But otherwise, I think we would actually have Divine Toll be much lower on the priorities. Probably even behind... maybe behind Regular Judgment. Just because the damage per the cooldown time, it's not... It doesn't hurt that much to have that Divine Toll delayed to get other abilities on cooldown. But anyways, we were just gonna move Blade of Justice with 2 Holy Power above Templar Slash, is what I'm thinking here. And we'll try that. Simulate. You shouldn't. What do you want? Okay, that didn't really matter either. How many Templar strikes and slashes are we using actually? We're still using about 9 of each of those. So the good news at least is that pretty much all the Templar strikes are getting converted into Templar slashes. It'd be really bad if we were Templar striking a lot and not getting very many Templar slashes out of it. But yeah, that last change, lowering the priority of Templar Slash didn't really make a difference. So, whoops. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna be done for now, messing here with the Ret Paladin. But yeah, overall, that's the type of stuff I'm working on, and think yeah, I basically I've been putting on use trinkets on my characters and not using those trinkets. But I haven't decided if I'm gonna try to get different levels of trinkets or different eye levels of trinkets, because I could go like all 415 eye level, or I could go higher eye level as well. But I don't know. Some of my characters already have basically 428 gear in all slots, and some of them do not. So I'll have to look at how much more effort that'll be to increase everybody's eye level. Like I said, the getting in actual mythic dungeons or mythic plus at low key levels is very difficult as a DPS though. So I don't think I'll be able to gear up everybody in that sort of gear. It's a bit of a shame because I can't really test. I can't really test the tier sets fairly. I do have some tier pieces on a lot of the characters, but not full sets. So I don't know if you can get tier pieces lower than 441 eye level. Because, yeah, that's... The tier sets are kind of related to class balance. Obviously, the top DPS you can do, you're going to want tier sets. You're going to want enchants. You're going to want to use your trinkets. You're going to want food buffs and all that stuff. But I feel like classes should really be balanced without tier set bonuses. Like from a sort of a game design type of perspective, it makes no sense for the classes to not be balanced without tier sets. So we're gonna basically complain about balance if they're not balanced without tier sets. Which is definitely the case because they're not balanced with tier sets either. And the tier sets on some specs are a lot better than the tier sets on other specs. And yeah, that's not even talking about the whole game design problem of tier sets restricting what builds you can run, because a lot of them require specific talents, or you get zero value out of them, and a lot of other ones don't necessarily require specific talents, but they synergize very heavily with specific talents so that they basically require specific talents. So there's a lot of things that are just so fucking dumb with tier sets that they really need to just get those bonuses out of the game. Tier set armor appearances are great, but the actual set bonuses just literally make the game worse. So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say for now. I think that's, yeah. I guess we could try again real quick on the target dummy, see where we're at. We have changed things up a little bit here as far as the order of how I want to do things. We're gonna hit the target dummy, I guess, for 2 more minutes, see how we do. But the target dummy does not go down in health like the simulation does, so yeah, we're not going to be able to get the Hammer of Wraths at below 20% on the training dummy, so we can't really perfectly match the simulation. And of course, I'm not going to play perfectly either, but we're going to see what we can do. Alright, let me just remind myself real quick, what's our opener? Our opener is going to be Blade of Justice into Judgment into Avenging Wrath. With the Final Reckoning and Wake of Ashes and Divine Toll. Alright. Psyching myself up, because I'm probably gonna be a little bit off. Alright, let's go. That. Oops. I've been forgetting to Hammer of Wrath this whole time. But that's not good. Okay, we got one of those. Whoops. That was not quite right. Okay, we have Wake of Ashes coming up again soon. Got one of those. Alright. Whoops. What the hell am I doing? I'm Templar striking for no fucking reason. I'd definitely not followed this quite properly. Doing that again. That should have been a Hammer of Wrath first, so definitely screwing things up. Do that. Oh yeah, my Hammer of Wrath is not supposed to take into account being at max yeah. I screwed that up a bit, but whoops. Slightly out of order there, and that's 2 minutes. So yeah, we're still definitely I pressed Templar Strike kind of by default in a lot of situations where I really shouldn't, and I really need to I need to basically get weak auras up or something for some of these other things. I've got one here for freaking Wake of Ashes being ready, but that is I really should have ones for Blade of Justice and Judgment being off a cooldown, and I have one for Hammer of Wrath being usable, so that's like the little zigzag. Oh shit. They changed this a little bit. I am not liking UI changes. So yeah. I have weak auras for this is Wake of Ashes. This one is Hammer of Wrath usable. And this one is free Holy Power Spender. This one is free Divine Storm. This one is the free Divine Storm when you cast the other one, Final Verdict. Or these are the I have the actual talent names in here. Empyrean Power, Empyrean Legacy, Divine Purpose. So that's what I do have show up, but yeah. Obviously, I'm still failing to meet the simulation by quite a bit. What was our damage? Damn it. I didn't... that's not what I want! So again, it was 5.2 million damage, but the damn divine tolls hitting the other training dummy were causing a problem. So I only did actually 5.11 million damage for the one I was hitting. So I'm not sure if that was even better or not than what I was doing previously. Yeah, it's still only not even 43k DPS. So I don't know if how much of that is I don't know how much where all the inaccuracy comes from exactly. I'm sure there's a little bit of delay that is causing a little bit of problem. But I don't know if it's that much problems. And of course I did a few things in slightly the wrong order. So that was definitely not ideal. Like I think I did Wake of Ashes, for example, when I should have been doing Hammer of Wrath. So you could definitely look at that stuff and try to figure out what things are you casting too much and too little of. We've got, like, I had 11 casts of Templar Strike in here, which was definitely not good. Templar Slash, I had 9 casts, so I had a couple Templar Strikes that didn't get used, but that was because I shouldn't have been pressing the button anyways. My finger just defaults to that key, so sometimes I press it just kind of being brain dead instead of hitting a different button that would be higher priority. So obviously I made mistakes. Let's say, what was our simulation at? 48k basically. 43k out of 48k. So yeah, I'm basically like 90% efficient. Lots of room for improvement. But still, you know, I'm not going to be perfect on any class, so it's still a good ballpark measurement for single target DPS. I haven't simmed, like I said earlier, Shadow Priest was pretty high. But I haven't simmed Destruction Warlock yet. But we'll just show this. I've been playing mostly Affliction Warlock recently, just to try to figure out how the hell you make it not dog shit. But yeah, let's go over to Destruction. Either Destruction or Demonology are quite good on single target DPS. So this, I've tried a couple different builds of Destruction. I really like this build, which is based around, it's largely based around buffing Incinerate to not be terrible. And then also you need, essentially, oh, that's another thing that I haven't really talked about yet. Damn it. So yeah, all of the builds are going to scale differently with different stats. So we should have looked at the stat weights also. We can still do that. Let's go here in the options, scaling. We're scaling on crit, haste, mastery, and versatility. So the Retribution Paladin, we're just checking the scaling on that real quick. So basically, with my Ret Paladin's current gear, versatility is the best stat, followed by haste, followed by mastery, followed by crit. Although this is not that much of a difference as I've seen on some of my other specs. Like Fury Warrior, for example, has very high scaling on mastery because it is damage while enraged, and after a certain amount of gear, you have almost 100% enrage uptime, so that stat scales incredibly well. So that one scales on my Fury Warrior is like 2.4, and the lowest one is like 1.8 or something. So it's a significant amount better to have mastery than, at least than what my Fury Warrior currently has. But yeah, I don't have like extra 415 mastery gear that I can just like switch over to really optimize like that. Anyways, Destruction Warlock. We're just gonna look at the single target damage really quick. We need to summon our pet here. The pet in single target does... I don't remember how much it does, actually. It's a decent amount, though. Can't remember if it's like 5% or 8%, something like that. And then as a Destruction Warlock, we are really, really lacking in cooldowns. The only real cooldown for damage... well, actually, there's Cataclysm also. This is a AoE... This is an AoE one. This other one is good if you're doing dungeons where the tank is pulling tons of mobs. But otherwise, Cataclysm is much more reliable. But you're not even trying to rely too much on that, because Cataclysm applies Ignite to enemies, and Ignite tick damage generates soul shards. But even if that's not up, if you have at least 1 point into Incinerate, hits targets near your main target or whatever, that then because Incinerate generates more soul shards from crits, all the little crits that happen on the nearby enemies also give you soul shards. So you get a full soul, 4 soul shard fragments from the cast of Incinerate. So it'll jump up, and then it'll jump up again a little bit based on how many hits were actually ended up being crits. So the more targets there are, Incinerate can generate lots of soul shards very quickly. Particularly if you have high crit chance. And high crit chance is always decent because Chaos Bolt scales. It deals a guaranteed crit, but it scales with crit chance. So, and Chaos Bolt is just a very large amount of your single target damage. So, also crits on your immolate ticks. Also end up giving you more sword shards. So, like I said, if you're using Cataclysm, then the immolates that gives do not only do they do a bunch of damage, but they generate a bunch of soul shards for you to use spenders. So like your AoE is to throw down the Cataclysm. Well, not counting the Infernal cooldown, of course. You want to throw down the Cataclysm, and you use Incinerates, and then you use the Rain of Fires, and then you go back to incinerating, and then you Rain of Fire, and then you incinerate, and then you Rain of Fire, and we had a Ritual of Ruins, so we Rain of Fire again, and so we get a pretty good amount of AoE out of the Destruction Warlock. But it's not, oh, my bad. My stupid pet. Oh, that was somebody else's pet over there. Okay, let's just do like 30 seconds of AoE real quick to look at this. So, let me wait till 3 soul shards. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna... And we're running out of time here, so let's call that about good. But you can see we're doing somewhere around 120k-ish DPS on 5 targets here as the Destruction Warlock. That's a pretty good amount. And that's without using the real big damage cooldown. But single target, on the other hand, so this is going to vary a bit on exactly what your build is. Particularly if you're using internal combustion, then Chaos Bolt consumes some of the immolate damage. So you end up needing to recast immolate more often, but your Chaos Bolts essentially do more damage because of that. So that's a pretty powerful talent. However, that's not what I'm going for on this build specifically. I kind of like that talent. It's a really good talent, but I hate having to worry more about recasting immolate, because you essentially need to I have a weak aura for it. So currently this shows up if the current target does not have immolate, or immolate is expiring within the next like 5 seconds, just to tell me to recast immolate. But you need to show that extra early if you are using internal combustion. So it's a little bit more of a hassle, a little bit less of a chill PS rotation. But yeah, general. Let's start off. Let's not even use Infernal. We're just gonna use regular old whatchamacallit. Regular old spell rotation stuff. So you can see on the damage meter here that even without using the Infernal cooldown, our DPS of this Destruction Warlock spec is significantly better than the Ret Paladin. We're over 60k single target DPS without even using Infernal. But let me bring this guy back here. I didn't even use Cataclysm either. So for a single target, if you're using the Cataclysm talent, it's not you will use Cataclysm instead of Immolate to apply the Immolate damage over time, because the upfront damage of Cataclysm is higher. But it's not quite as user friendly to do so unless you have like a macro that automatically casts it centered on your current target or something like that. So I don't go through that much hassle. But let's look at this again real quick with Infernal. We'll do a full 2 minute, or actually we should do 3 minutes for this guy, just because Infernal's a 3 minute cooldown, so it's not really fair to do a 2 minute damage comparison when you're using a 3 minute cooldown. So we'll do a DPS of 3 minutes, but you'll see very early on the burst damage of the Destruction Warlock ends up being very high because because the Infernal generates a lot of soul shards for you. So you get a lot of damage out of that. The other build that I was doing was not using Ritual of Rain, and it was using more Infernal talents. And specifically, you end up getting 50% extra damage on your next 8 Chaos Bolts when you call down Infernal. And it takes you a lot of time to actually generate all those soul shards. So you don't actually get all 8 Chaos Bolt casts off unless you're pretty much constantly casting. Like it takes like it takes more than 30 seconds to get through that many Chaos Bolts just, in pure single target, because you can't generate soul shards fast enough to do it faster. But it is a very tremendous burst of damage. When I say burst, I mean like I said, 30-second burst of damage if you're running that talent. But yeah, like I said, we're gonna do that, but we're just gonna do a few minutes of DPS with the Infernal. So we'll start off with that. We'll do that, and we'll start going at it. Whoops. I forgot with the Infernals generating the soul shards, I need to start casting the Chaos Bolt slightly earlier. And part of why I'm do this build specifically with only the Infernal is... But then you still get Ritual of Ruin, and then at the bottom center of the Destruction Warlock talent tree, you get that Mastery talent, which, yeah, you get extra Chaos Bolt damage that you wouldn't otherwise get. Unfortunately, the Destruction Warlock what is going on? Am I missing something? Wasn't my DPS higher earlier when I didn't use Infernal? Oh, maybe I had some lucky procs. I forgot, there's a thing that can proc. Shoot. I might have had some lucky procs. I don't have any... My trinkets don't proc. They're on-use trinkets, so that's not the issue. I feel like my DPS was showing higher earlier. It's not like I'm doing anything different as far as I can think of. Oh, I could have been... There's a possibility somebody was like buffing me and I didn't notice. Yeah, there's... Oh, the 3 minutes is up. Unfortunately, that one we had earlier... Wait, what? 3 minutes 42. Oh, it is here. Alright, so this one had infernal damage, right? Yeah, this is the one we just did, which was more than 3 minutes. Why is this 52.8k? But without the infernal, with 60k DPS? It looks like we just got lucky with Fell Barrage procs. 13.4%. We got a significant amount more damage from that. And was there anything else? Oh, did the... Maybe the training dummy was lower on health? No. There's a thing where you get a haste buff. Right here. You get a haste buff from your amulet doing damage to high health targets, but it looks like we still had 100% uptime on that, basically, so... 53%. Yeah, we just had a much higher... It looks like we just had much higher uptime of this guy. That talent, originally when they put in these talents, they were super, super weak, but at some point they made this actually pretty strong single target damage. But then, of course, individual attempts on the target dummy can vary wildly, which is part of why you really need to simulate to get a more accurate representation of how good the spec actually is. Trying to base everything on small amounts of data just doesn't really matter. Anyways, at the end of the day, yeah, significantly more still single target DPS on the Destruction Warlock than Retribution Paladin. Kind of want to go to Demonology real quick here too. Demonology is very, very similar. We gotta switch over to the Felguard here. And then, yeah, Demonology Warlock is... shoot, I'll probably mess up the rotation. Not that it's that complicated. But yeah, let's just go at it real quick here. So, we need to call down lots of imps before we summon Demonic Tyrant, which increases the duration of those imps, and also the Dreadstalkers, and also the Felguard cooldown. So the longest cooldown here that we're using is going to be the Felguard. So we're going to try to do 2 minutes of DPS here on the Demonology Warlock real quick. But yeah, basically it's very similar, I'd say, to Destruction Warlock. Destruction Warlock with the right build, I think, can have higher single target DPS. And also it doesn't require the ramp up that Demonology Warlock does. So I would say generally, even though Demonology Warlock is the meta spec for Warlock, Destruction Warlock I think is a little bit better, as long as you can a little bit better in single target, as long as you can just stand there casting. But yeah, let's go at it. Alright, we need some of these guys. We need some of these guys. And yeah, I totally forgot how to play this spec. I'm an idiot. So we need... Alright, we're gonna summon this guy here, we're gonna summon this guy here, we're gonna summon this guy. Oops. And I never did my big demonic storm thing, so I screwed that up. Whoops. Lots of imps. Good to see. Shit. Screw that up a little bit. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, takes a little bit of ramp up, but still very good single target DPS. Our demonic tyrant's off cooldown, but the Felguard is not quite. But yeah, I definitely ramped up. My ramp up was definitely not ideal. So, but yeah, still very good single target DPS. Essentially, you gotta have 10 imps to maximize the demonic tyrant's ramp. So you start off with 3 soul shards and essentially 2 imps. And then if you use your Called Dreadstalkers right away, the Called Dreadstalkers do a pretty good amount of damage. More so in AoE though. The AoE of the Dreadstalkers is very important. But yeah. So you do that. Or I should say, if you do that right off the bat, then the Dreadstalkers will expire before you've built up the imps to be able to call out the Felguard and then the Demonic Tyrant. So essentially, you have to either wait for your second cast of Dreadstalkers like I did, or you could delay your initial cast of Dreadstalkers and focus on getting up the imps as quickly as possible, and then do Dreadstalkers and Felguard and Demonic Tyrant. I haven't figured out what's better. Obviously, that's something I could sim and figure that situation out. But yeah, just in general, the ramp up time of Demonology Warlock holds it back a little bit. In a dungeon setting, you might run into a boss with already having several imps. It's gonna vary dungeon to dungeon how close the boss is to the monsters you had to kill right before the boss, type of thing. So some bosses, the boss is right there. Other times the boss is, you have to like clear a room and then like take a portal or something, and it ends up being a your imps end up all disappearing before you get to the boss, basically. So apart from the ones that you start with, if you have this passively summon a wild imp every 12 seconds. because that gives you essentially 2 wild imps almost at all times. As you can see here, one disappears, and then the other one, and like respawns after like 2 seconds. So it's, you know, it's something like every, they last for like 25 seconds or something. But that's only if they're not attacking. If they are attacking, then they only get like 6 spells off or something. So you'll actually have like 1 imp out if we just go attack over here. You'll see that we actually end up not having 2 imps out for like basically at all. So it's a very important thing. It's basically only 1 imp out at a time if they're constantly attacking. So, specifically with, stop it! Get out of combat! So yeah, specifically with this talent here, where you sacrifice up to 2 wild imps, that's very important, because I basically never implosion, but, essentially, you do need to know that Power Siphon, you don't actually necessarily have 2 imps out at all times. So if you only have 1 imp out when you Power Siphon, that feels really bad. Anyways, this video has gone on like way too long. But yeah, we spent a lot of time looking at Retribution Paladin. Just trying to see what kind of single target DPS we could do. But like I showed, it is in the exact same level of gear. The single target DPS of Retribution Paladin is not that great. At least not without speccing further into single target damage than you probably want to for a dungeon. So yeah, if you look at raid DPS charts, I think Retribution Paladin's somewhere in the middle or upper middle. But I haven't looked at individual boss fights. I have not been in the current raid at all, so I don't know which ones are like single target boss fights and which ones spawn a bunch of ads or whatever. So it could be that even with a full single target spec, that a Retribution Paladin still can't keep up with other classes on a pure single target damage fight. But I don't know if that's the case or not. I'm just saying it's possible, or it's possible that the single target damage talents make it viable. But really hard to imagine. There's not that much, like I said, there's not that much you can do to change the talents you're doing towards further single target, apart from, like I said, changing what's it called, Final Reckoning or whatever. You change that to Execution Sentence. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it works out, but yeah, that's it for this video. In the future, let me look at my characters real quick. What ones have I not really tested yet? Specifically talking about the DPS specs, because yeah, it's I can get more experience in a dungeon as a tank or healer spec. It'll be 100 times easier to find a group. But as far as actual simulations go, simulations are basically only good for DPS specs, so, and that's where I really want to focus on. So for for DPS specs, the ones I have played little to none in the current patch have been, let's see, the Beastmaster Hunter. That is the meta hunter class, or the meta hunter spec. I've played a lot of survival hunter, and I've played a little bit of marksmanship hunter recently. Marksmanship hunter is pretty much the same, and same with survival. They're pretty much the same as they were before. So yeah, Beastmaster Hunter I haven't played very much. I have played very little of the Arcane Mage. I mean, this whole expansion, I never really played Arcane Mage because it started off in Dragonflight as the meta mage spec. And they've made changes to mages, some of which I do not like. They did get rid of Rune of Power, but now mages all have to get, what do they call it, like shifting power or something? It's some stupid nature spell from Shadowlands from Ardenweald. And that's basically a required talent for all mage specs in the class tree now. Basically where Rune of Power used to be. So it does AoE damage. It's a pretty good amount of AoE damage. And it reduces cooldowns of your spells. So it's way too powerful to not get it. But I hate having a spell. I hate having a nature damage spell as a mage. I feel like that just does not feel right. So anyways, yeah. Haven't played much BM Hunter, haven't played much Arcane Mage, haven't played much Demonology Warlock, but that's pretty much just because it's the same as it always was. Or the same as it has been. Ever since Dragonflight 3 patch when they put in the new talent trees. So that hasn't really changed, so I'm not really worried about that at all. I feel like I am... Oh, I completely skipped over rogues. Rogues, they have done some interesting things with Assassination Rogue recently. I have not played the other rogue specs much. I've never really understood Subtlety Rogue, but it feels like it is maybe a raid single, maybe it's a pure single target type of spec, or PvP. But yeah, I don't know. Rogues, they have too many like cooldown buttons that are It feels too PvP style of a class. I don't like how rogues play. So yeah, I played some assassination rogue. I've not played outlaw rogue yet. Outlaw rogue started out this expansion as the meta rogue spec, at least for dungeons, because it does tons of cleave damage with what is it called, blade flurry or whatever, which is basically like arms warrior sweeping strikes, but it hits like 8 targets or something ridiculous. So it ends up being like 50% of their damage or something. It's wild. But anyways, yeah. I was never a fan of some of the outlaw rogue abilities, so I never really played it that much. I tried a while back, but yeah. Haven't played much rogue, so can't speak too much for that. Needs more testing. And then balanced druid feels better than it used to be. The stupid fucking eclipse system thing is still there. So you still have to cast two wraths to get lunar eclipse, or two what was it called, lunar strike or whatever, to get the solar eclipse. You still have to do that stuff if you want those buffs. So that whole thing is still dog shit. But apart from that, balanced druid does feel pretty good. There's still some things I would say are a problem with it, like it varies a lot how effective it is if you're playing Convoke, just because the RNG of the spells is wild. Sometimes you get a lot of trash, and sometimes you get the good old full moon and just does insane AoE damage. So varies a lot. But so yeah, that's a bit of a problem, and also it feels like single target DPS is really inconsistent, which it sort of is. There's a proc on Star Surge called Goldrin's Fane, where sometimes it just does a bunch of extra damage. So depending on if your Star Surges are critting and if you're getting the Goldrin's Fane procs, sometimes you do a lot of DPS, other times you don't. So I don't know. It feels really inconsistent. So I probably need to play that more. I have not played Feral Druid at all. So I can't say much about that. The Elemental Shaman is pretty much the same as it was, except for like a month ago, they finally gave Earthquake, which is the AoE spender, they gave it a 50% damage buff, which is obviously a very big damage buff. Is still not actually good at doing AoE damage outside of Liquid Magma Totem does pretty decent damage, and of course Stormkeeper Chain Lightnings do very good burst damage as well. But the overall sustained AoE DPS of the Elemental Shaman is not good. The Enhancement Shaman is I don't know if they've really changed that at all. Enhancement Shaman has actually become like almost meta. But I don't I don't know at what point it became very good. It's not popular, uh, but it has been performing pretty well. Just the damage rotation of it, it has way too many buttons. And there's a couple different abilities that you have to press that have cooldown resets, so you have to either watch your ability bar really closely or set up a bunch of weak Rs, so it's a huge pain in the ass to actually play that spec, in my opinion. But I mean, I feel like I know how to play it at least. It's not confusing, I would say, as to what buttons you should actually be pressing. Although my single target damage on that spec, I tried and it was really bad. Not quite Death Knight bad, but it was really bad. So I don't think I simmed it yet, so I'll have to figure out if it's I'm playing it wrong or maybe my talents are really bad or something. I'm not sure. But yeah. It's because you can there's something on there I can add to the build that might make it do more damage. That would probably make it do more damage, but it'll make the damage rotation even more complicated, which I really don't want to do. So I have been avoiding that. But yeah. Yeah, I'll have to change talents if I can't fix it. Windwalker Monk was not doing so well, and then like a month ago, shortly before Christmas, they gave the monk a lot of damage buffs. They give it an overall like 6% damage buff or something, and then they also buffed a couple of the single target damage abilities like a week later or something, because monk was actually at the bottom of raid DPS charts. So they did buff the monk. So I mean, but monk was always pretty good in dungeons, so from that perspective, it did seem like maybe they might be making them too good, but so far it's been like they're good, but they're definitely not Demon Hunter good. Demon Hunter's great. I've tried both DPS specs of the Death Knight. Frost DK, I mentioned earlier, single target DPS, absolutely abysmal. The worst thing I've ever seen. AoE DPS, only good in some situations just because it's got some uncapped AoE, like I said. But once you blow the big AoE cooldown, yeah, a lot of your damage goes down. You still do a good amount of AoE damage from like damage over time stuff. But the big AoE cooldown is, I would say that's like the fun part of the spec. Otherwise, you might as well play Unholy Death Knight. The Unholy Death Knight's got the Army of the Dead, which of course is pretty good single target damage. Those things last for 30 seconds, so if the boss dies really quickly like it does in like heroic dungeons, a lot of the times you're not getting full value out of your Army of the Dead. But then of course if the boss lasts a lot longer, then of course your burst damage is gone for a very long time, and you're pretty... I haven't looked at the actual DPS numbers, but I think you're pretty subpar at that point when Army of the Dead is gone. So I feel like yeah, Unholy Death Knight is still very good with large pulls, especially it's sort of like they have something similar to like Living Bomb on Fire Mage, but it's spammable. So it's you know, they are not completely spammable. It does cost a limited resource, but you can use it a lot. So they do tons and tons and tons of damage on certain situations, but other situations not so much. So yeah, both of those specs have major flaws. And then last is the frickin' Evoker. The Destruction of Evoker was looking pretty bad. That's another one that got buffs right before Christmas. Also, Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest got AoE buffs right before Christmas, because it had become meta. Shadow Priest became meta in like the second raid tier. Or yeah. Second raid tier. Because after they reworked Shadow Priest like in the middle of the first raid tier. So at some point after that, Shadow Priest was really good. But then they became meta in the second raid tier. I don't know if they got extra buffs or people just really figured out how good it was, but yeah. But yeah, they had nerfed Shadow Priest a lot, but then they buffed it again like a month ago. So Shadow Priests are very very well-rounded again, I would say. Because they used to have problems with like Shadow Crash was a 30-second cooldown, but it applied like 20-second duration dots, so it was if the monsters survive longer than 20 seconds, then it was incredibly painful to play that spec in AoE situations. But yeah, they at some point they made Shadow Crash a 20-second cooldown, so that's why Shadow Priest is actually became really good. But anyways, back to yeah, Devastation Evoker is Uh, yeah, they give it buffs. It's all right. I don't know. I don't know exactly how good it is. It's not something that I've actually simmed yet or like tested on a target dummy. It plays just like how it did before, though. The same thing where you Dragon Rage and then use your special charge up abilities or whatever to extend the Dragon Rage. That gameplay is still the same. And like the talent trees, they might have changed like one or two things, but it's basically the same as it was. But yeah, I think it's in a pretty good spot. Still deals insane burst AoE damage with the flame breath. But yeah, I haven't actually simmed it yet, so I think it's pretty good. They also did some other things. To make it better than it used to be, so it's not like the bottom tier range DPS type of thing. Well, I mean, everything has always been ahead of Affliction Warlock as far as range DPS, but Devastation Evoker used to be like the second from the bottom, but these days, well, yeah, these days it's probably like Marksmanship Hunter, I'm guessing. But even if it is like below a lot of other specs still, it's probably still below like all the mage specs and Shadow Priest and Demonology Warlock, and I don't know, it might be below all of those, but still somewhere around like Elemental Shaman and like Destruction Warlock. So yeah, it's probably like middle of the pack or something. It's not terrible. And then the other one is they added the third spec to the Evoker, which I have played only a little bit of. It's called the Augmentation Evoker, and the Augmentation Evoker is not really a DPS spec. So the other thing is it's also I can't really like test its DPS properly on like a training dummy. You could probably test it in a sim, I guess. But basically it like buffs your teammates' damage as a significant part of its contribution to the group. So it might the Evoker itself does like half as much DPS as the other DPS players, but it buffs their damage a bunch, so it it's definitely a strong spec, and like we saw earlier on the top keys posted in the world, most of those do have an Augmentation Evoker in them, but yeah, it's very hard to figure out exactly how much the Evoker is contributing. The damage meters have a feature to try to keep track of that, but it's still incomplete. And it's not even perfect either. They do a calculation based on the percentage of your uptime of buffs that give a percentage damage to your allies, basically, or like a stats buff to your allies. But because your allies don't do constant DPS, that buff is much more important when your allies are actually pressing their big damage cooldown buttons. They're doing their burst DPS. But the damage meter doesn't track that. And the damage meter doesn't track... I tried the damage meter doesn't track one of the buffs that the evoker does. And the other thing is they buff the tank with a thing which deals damage when the tank is struck. But that damage in the damage meter gets attributed to the tank. So you have to manually look at that to be like, oh, okay, this is actually evoker damage here. So the evoker, the augmentation evoker does not get as much credit for damage as it should. And of course, the it does like some healing support type stuff that not so much healing, but like group damage reduction stuff, which makes it extremely useful, and that's primarily why it gets run at the highest keys. Is that it like lets your group survive things that it otherwise would not. So it's a very meta spec. But I don't think I'm going to be able to actually compare it as far as damage goes. Alright. My throat hurts because I've been talking for 4 hours. Let's stop there. I shall continue working on simulating different specs, trying to figure out what talents and what how to play each class, basically. And once I'm feeling confident about all that stuff, I'll be making much more videos on that. I might make also more videos on individual specs. But these super long rambling videos I don't think are that great. So I might not do that. I hate having to spend time to actually edit videos to do a proper thing where like this is the proper paladin damage rotation and here's how much DPS it does. Watch me do it on this training dummy. And here's how it sims and here's your AoE damage rotation and stuff like that. All that type of stuff would be great if it was edited properly. But I think overall the just having like graph chart type of stuff for what classes are better and worse in different like single target and multi-target situations. I feel like that info would be much more interesting. And then of course I need to make some kind of automation for all of this. I need to automate so that when they put out patch notes, like buffing or nerfing stuff, then I can easily like regenerate those charts to be like, all right, they finally, after 10 million years, made Frost Death Knights not dog shit. It is now cat shit. That's probably what's gonna happen. They're gonna buff it like, I don't know, like 10% in single target when it needs like 30% or something. I'm just throwing numbers out there, but that's what it feels like when I'm playing it. It's literally that bad. But yeah, let's get out of here.